In this era of satellites and mega constellations, the Chinese space program has been making impressive strides.
almost there.
We're good?
Not yet. Live video starting. We are now live, admitting everyone in.
Day 5, last day of the 5-day workshop, guys. I'm kind of sad. I am kind of sad. This is coming to an end. I feel like I felt the same way towards the end, that it's coming to an end. But the good thing is you get some of them in the inner circle. So I have a little bit of that's kind of a family education continues, and for me to have, somewhat friends, you become close and you know each other's names and wives and kids. And it's probably the coolest thing for me, is that sense of community. It really does feel good for being in a, one car garage all day making videos and consulting from, and that sense really helps out. Guys, this is the day that it's going to come together, okay? After this, you're on your own. Okay? I'm not going to be here anymore. And my job is to make sure I just bring it in all together, just enough so, can let you guys off the tree and start, swinging your wings in the wild. But I really believe, and tell me if in your testimonials, right? Tell me if there is a better way of doing this, okay? I really thought the fact that 3 days of lecture, day 4, you really needed a break from that like setup of just me talking, and kind of examples, right? And see the scope of mistakes that could happen, and understanding avatars and all that stuff. I thought it was good. Today, we're going to go back to the lecture, okay? Mostly lecture and some stories, to kind of tie it in together. Have you guys liked the setup so far? Do you guys think this format has been good? Okay. I really feel like the day 4, we needed a break after 3 days of me just talking and stuff. Okay. Do we have any announcements? I'm ready to, Aaron, is there anything?
Real quick. So for those of you who have, this is to those in the Zoom room as well as those on Facebook, for those of you that have applied to learn about Arvin's Inner Circle, here's what we're going to do. We're going to have the general admission, the normal class that's going on. And then just to keep things smooth and clean, what we're going to do is I'll drop a link even on Facebook for y'all to join the VIP session. So just for once, for day 5, those of you who applied to learn about the Inner Circle, we'll let you join the Zoom room.
Yeah, not everyone, okay?
Not everyone.
If you're a general admission and you've applied for Inner Circle, you can come watch the VIP experience today, okay?
That way it's cleaner. That way you just stay in the Zoom so that at the end of the VIP, when I drop a link to join that breakout room, we're all in the same place and it's a smooth transition and we can all go there. And also, for those of you a lot of you wait for the last minute to do things, this is actually the last chance. If you are curious, let me put it this way. If you're planning, say in the next year at least, to build, to design, to renovate, to buy, strongly advise you to at least apply to learn about the Inner Circle. Don't worry about making a bad decision. We won't let you. If we think it's not for you, we will turn you away. But in case you think, don't hesitate. Don't be shy. Don't miss out on what is potentially the perfect fit for you. I'll drop the link one last time on Facebook and in the Zoom chat. And that's basically it for me, Arvin. Before we begin,
trust me, if you're not the right fit, we'll tell you. Okay,
yes,
like it's 100%. Not for everyone. Okay.
That's what's really relieving about our whole little note, like about our whole, if you want to call it a sales process. It's so much more freeing when you're just trying to connect people with something they actually need, versus what most of sales ends up being, where you're trying to convince people they need something. For us, it's really great because most people, this isn't for you. And for those people who really need it, well, then they see it almost immediately. We just have to bring it to their attention and they go, this is perfect.
You would know if it's for you. Once you see it, you would know if it's for you, okay?
Yeah.
And you will see in the break room, it's like the anti-high pressure sale. I don't do that.
Okay. So any aha moments from yesterday?
Oh yeah, we're gonna do aha moments. Okay, drop the link so if they can do it right now, if they want to do it, and then we do the aha moments, and then close the thing because you need to make sure still they're qualified. Okay, so while I'm doing the lecture, Aaron still needs to make sure you're qualified. So drop the link and let's have an aha moment. Anybody wants to share something they've learned, okay, I would really appreciate. We'll give you the mic.
Could be specifically from yesterday or just overall. This is the last day, so anything over the last few days. For those in the Zoom, anything you want to share? Any eye-opening moments?
We got Victor, Near.
Yep. What have you learned, Near? Tell us.
So yesterday, what's up, guys? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, everybody.
Aha moment for yesterday is when I was working on the homework. I was doing rancho property and taking the score and looking at dollar amount made a aha moment for me, because I was literally breaking down all the renovations that I wanted to do in that house, and it came out to like 450,000 or 500,000. And then I look at what the house will potentially be worth when I'm done with it, and I'm like, spot on, I shouldn't spend that much on that particular property because I'm not going to get the return. So that was a big aha moment for me. Using that format of scoring it and then putting the dollars amount made a big difference. You probably saved me like 200,000.
Yeah, that is. Can you get a better testimonial than that, Arvin?
I mean, the thing is, the people in VIP say people in inner circle, it's normally in the millions. Okay, so all I have to do is literally, even like 3 months goes away, you don't get anything. One tweak after 3 months, I will make just single, and it will be a lot more than that. Okay, you would see it would be like 500,000. You know, it's like you're like, holy shit, okay, that was so worth it, right? So that's why real estate is it's such a, and that's like 500,000 today, okay. Imagine in your lifetime that 500,000, if you hold the property, your dream property, for 50 years, that 500,000 is like 5 million in 20 years, 30 years, just appreciation, you know. So it makes me so happy, and I truly say I don't do things for money. I do things for the gratification of, it feels really good. I can tell you from this side of it, when, like, first of all, I love, you've seen it, like, you give me a puzzle and Aaron is like, Arvin, you're giving the answers. Like, if you give them all the answers, they're not going to join the inner circle, you know? Like, you don't solve all the problems for them. I'm like, I can't. Like, when I see a problem, I have to solve it, you know? Like, my brain works that way, right? Like, so, and I just want to kind of like solve the problem, but when you get the gratification of, first of all, solving a problem, but then the customer tells you, like, you just saved me this much freaking money today, that he just said $200,000 today. Okay, and he said, you remember yesterday what he said yesterday in VIP? I don't ever sell my properties. Okay, so that property, when he gives it to his kid 20, 30 years ago, that 200,000 is 2 million. Okay, should we get started? Okay, if you guys fill out the inner circle circle thing.
Yeah.
Okay, good. It's a one pager. I'm gonna get started. Okay, guys, today we're gonna talk about how can we modify these principles, because some of them you can change. Okay, big element. Okay, yesterday was about buyers, now about how, if you are renovating or building, modifying these. Okay, super important. I'm going to share my screen, and here we go. You guys see my screen? Okay, good. Maximize your home value, step-by-step strategy. Location, variables. Okay, these are some of the variables that you can change about your property. The location, right? Like, most of you guys would have thought you can't change anything about the location, right? Like, it is what it is. False. I've seen it done before, and I will teach you how to do it. One, and a very important one, is schools. Okay, if you're active in your school district, your wife is active, you're active, you're a soccer mom. I have seen school districts over a 3-year period, okay, improve so significantly that attribute to so much growth demand in that neighborhood because of the public schools. It's ridiculous. Okay, again, it doesn't take any time. It only takes time, right, of being involved in your school that your child goes to, the public school that it goes to. I can tell you, private school, my private school is like in Los Angeles is $5,000 a month for a kid. Okay, that's how much I pay. Okay, and two kids, $10,000 a month. You know how much of a if they were like, I'll give you an example. Hillsboro, who knows Bay Area? Hillsboro is a very expensive neighborhood in Bay Area, San Francisco, San Jose area, between San Francisco and San Jose. Hillsboro public school is better than all the private schools around it, and has had a significant impact in home values there. Because if I was going to move there, buy a house there, I just saved $10,000 a month. So which one rather you do? Pay $10,000 for your kid's private school a month, or pay a little bit more for that house and then get the appreciation of that property moving up in 20, 30 years too. Because that money you gave that private school is gone. But that extra, you push yourself a little higher to get that extra house that was in a location that had a good school, you will be rewarded for that by property appreciation. It's not gone, it's an investment, okay? Now, the second element that you can improve on a property is turning your street that your house is on to a tree-lined street. Very important. Now, I have a very good story about this. It's one of my best friends. He actually texts me. He's a VP of sales at a publicly traded company. My voice is, I'm losing it, guys. This kid, we went to college together. And right out of college, he's from the Bay, and I went to high school in the Bay. He went and bought a property in East Palo Alto. East Palo Alto is on the other side of 101 freeway in the Bay Area. And Palo Alto is one of the most expensive. But 20 years ago now, oh my God, yeah, more, 25 years ago, right? No, 20 years ago, 2005. He, after graduating college, he went and bought a $300,000 home in East Palo Alto. And I'm not kidding you. It was the ghetto, like gunfire every day you would hear it. It was one of the most dangerous places in America. It was crazy expensive, crazy dangerous. And we were like, what the hell are you doing? And he was telling me, he's like, Arvin, it's extremely close to Palo Alto. It's just a matter of time before it gets better. And this kid just lived there and sold it. And he got married to a Venezuelan girl. And they came over, and they were really got involved in the city of East Palo Alto, or the neighborhood of East Palo Alto. They got a program with the city approved to go, and they got trees for free to plant trees on the streets of East Palo Alto, because they identified if they have tree-lined streets, it would be it would increase the property values, it will bring more investors. And I can tell you, he bought that house for $300,000 about 20 years ago. It's worth $1.3 million. And he got an FHA loan. I think he put $15,000 down. So he turned $15,000 to $1 million, and he lived in it. Okay? So he contributed to turning the most dangerous, neighborhood by planting trees in front of the houses. And literally, there are organizations that will give you the trees for free. All you have to do is go knock on the people's door and say, hey, we're planning to plant a tree in front of your house. And most of the people say, sure. And he tells me 1% said no. And can you guess why they said no? This is really funny. He said, I'm worried if somebody comes and shoots at me, they will hide behind the tree and have cover. I don't want anybody to have a cover in front of my house so I can have a direct shot at them. That's how much of a ghetto it was, okay? That's what he did, okay? So tree lining, electrical poles, okay? A very prime example. City of Hidden Hills. It's actual city, it's a gated city, okay? This city is so rich, the HOA of the city is so rich, okay, that they are moving all the power lines under the ground. Significant impact in home values. There's a whole demographic of people, and moms particularly, that don't want power lines next to their kids' bedrooms. Affects your value. And you could actually look at property values on a street. Again, you've never heard anyone talk about this, okay? I've done this study, okay? I've tested this theory, and it's absolutely true on averages. On which side of the street, on a street that has an electrical pole, okay? On which side of the street the electrical pole is, it will affect negatively the prices on that side that it is on. You've never heard anybody talk about this, right? Like, this is how much I geek out, okay? So, like, when you present a property to me, like, I might not even mention that to you, but in my head is, I'm like, oh, good, the electrical poles are on the other side. You know, like, I might not bring it up to you, but that is an impact, okay? Now, there's cities in Los Angeles, I think last time I checked was 25 grand to move the poles under the ground. So where is it? Does it have it? Is it on the back of the property? Is it in the alleyway? Is it in the front of it? Is it on the other side of the property? Matters, okay? And you can get rid of it. Sense of culture. I talked briefly about this. This is a humongous one. Farmer markets, okay? Farmers market. It would have a significant impact on your property prices. And again, it's just all it takes is community organization. Getting out there. Cities love it. It's an income for them, and it really attracts the right type of people, families, right? Like, bachelors don't go to farmers market. People with their kids go to the farmers market, and cities know, because they get their revenue is tax revenue, right? Property taxes, sales taxes, business taxes. They want families, and when families come in, their city income goes up. Okay. So it's not an element, and it's pretty easy. You go to the other farmers markets, talk to the farmers, figure out which days they're not being served, figure out which neighborhood, which farmer market is the weaker one, try to compete on that date or different hours that doesn't compete with them, implement the farmers market. It will significantly impact your property values. Relocation potential, okay? Now some of you might be like, hey, Arvin, this is like not me, but some of you guys in the VIP, okay, quite a handful of you actually are CEOs of very big companies, okay? If you can have, again, big effect or small effect depending on where you move, okay? If it's a small town and you like, let's say, I'm just giving an example, okay, Nicole. If Nicole is moving to suburbs of Tampa, okay, later on, if she decides to move her company's headquarters to that part of the Tampa area, okay, if the town is small enough, it will have an impact. And you can actually strategize around it and make sure you buy some properties for them and give them as a rental property to your own workers, right? So, and it's different. Like, for example, when Keith Griffin, CEO of Citadel, decided to move to Florida by Palm Beach, he also started an office there. Huge impact. You just brought people who are making $500,000 a year, right? 50 of them to that neighborhood. What do you think is going to happen to the luxury market? It's going to go up, right? And those people, again, you remember the whole concept of, if you spend the white collar jobs, if you spend each one of those creates 5 other jobs. So it just triggers down. Five new blue collar people move into the area. The lower income houses goes up higher. Everything goes up higher. Everything becomes more expensive. All the properties become more expensive. Okay, so it has a direct impact. Okay, so you can change the location value of your score. It's in the methods I teach you. Okay, now let's talk about lot quality tips. Okay, how could you improve your lots? Okay, or work with what you have. This is the easy one. You should know this from all the videos I've made fun of it. Is a sloped lot, right? You would see a lot of developers. You enter from the top, you trench the property down. Typically, and almost only modern architecture works with this. Some Mediterranean styles work with this as well. But what you do is you enter from the top, and your basement is really not a basement, because on one side is against the mountain, right? But on the other side, it has windows to the view, possibly, if it's a hillside property, right? If it has topography too, right? And that's been like one of the biggest tricks in the whole residential real estate in Los Angeles to make money, like turning hillside properties, making it look like they're not hillside properties. Street to street lot or a thorough lot, add a second entrance to the guest house for ADU. It gives you flexibility, right? So actually utilizing that, putting another structure at the end of it and an entrance. corner lot. Build an ADU with its own private side street entrance. That, like for example, when you look at putting an ADU on a property, right, an accessory dwelling unit, right, it's basically a guest house with its own power line, water line, entrance. If you look at it, a regular home where the garage is here, normally they convert the garage, okay? Then the entrance is right next to each other. But a corner lot, you can turn it, like, let's say a busy corner, like my house, okay, is some sort of a busy corner. It's not the busiest, but that, one of the streets it gets quite a bit of traffic. If you convert, which they had when I bought the property, they turned the guest house into an ADU. It works brilliantly because its entrance is completely on the other side of the front entrance. So you really don't feel like you have a neighbor, right? Like it doesn't feel intrusive to the main house's thing. So again, you turn a corner lot that is possibly a negative in some ways into a positive. Reverse pie lot, okay? Use with frontage to create a grand courtyard or front entrance. So if you were in the VIP and the advice I gave to Near, okay, now that was not a reverse corner lot, okay? Reverse pie lot. But it's the same concept. If you reverse, you remember reverse is like, imagine a pie that your front is really wide, but as you enter the room, enter the house in the backyard, it corners out, so it becomes really small. So you have to hedge your front, okay, to give that illusion of that your front backyard is also, your front yard is your backyard also, or an outdoor space that is you can use. This works really well. Like, for example, in Near's case, the house that he proposed in the VIP, which was also had an elevation difference with the front, okay? So it doubles down on that because that elevation difference, it helps secure that frontage and more usable than if it was on the street level where you could hear the pedestrians more or the cars passing by. So if you have an elevation difference, it's even better to use the front yard as an outdoor space that is utilized as long as you hedge it. T intersection lot, monetize it. Okay, if you didn't know that your lot, you bought the wrong lot, and you're already stuck with it, one of the best ways to do it is finding out home businesses that will need signage. Right? We talked about fortune tellers. Okay, there are other ones too. Right? For example, another good one could be a kindergarten, right? Daycare. They make a lot of money. You go out to daycare center and say, hey, would you like to rent my property for daycare? It has great signage. It's on a busy street. If you put your sign over here, you will have, free signage over here. So again, that's another element you can use to improve your lot quality. Okay, lot utilization. Okay. What is lot utilization trying to do? First, let's zoom out, okay? The whole concept of lot utilization is setbacks, right? How comfortable the house sits on the lot, okay? So the main issue we're trying to compensate here and fix is privacy. Does that make sense? So what you want to do is use hedges, right? Like there's no like a magic bullet here. It's either hedges or positioning, and this is very important. Like one of the things I do, like this is very interesting for Mike in West Hollywood or Orlando. So one of the things I immediately said is like, hey, what does the zoning in this area say about putting the structure on this side of the house and pushing everything on the middle on the front side, right? How do you back your ugly part of the property, the place that doesn't require that many windows, against that part that is looking into your property to make sure you get the most amount of privacy? That is critical, right? Very, very critical. Also, another element is what you have to pay attention with lot utilization is when you buy the house, it might seem like, oh, it's fine right now, but one of the main things that you always have to do when you're purchasing a property, you have to look at if the house next door is a fixer or it's a done house. Is there any permits on the property? Because it happens all the time. You see, That's why door knocking is such an important part of when you're purchasing a property, because your real estate agent's not going to do it for you. You have to do it yourself. So you would see like someone is like, it's a beautiful home, is for sale at a good price. You're like, wow, like this is amazing. Like I'm getting a great deal. And later on, you find out that the city has changed the zoning. Now your neighbor falls into that zoning, and they're going to build a, a 4-story multifamily property right next door to you. Well, of course you got a good deal. It's like you just have like 30, 40 windows looking into your backyard now. It's a massive, massive negative. So you have to not just plan for example, if you're building your dream home, okay, I'm going to give an example of, let's say, let me give you an example. Who would be a good example for here? I will give you, let me put a gallery mode. Let me think of someone. Let's say Victor, okay? Victor is building a house, wants to flip a property, okay? And he wants to know, there are a bunch of other houses next to him, okay? One of the main things you got to know is that what could your neighbor build in the future that could potentially jeopardize your property if you're planning to have a long ownership cycle, right? So can they build a second story? What would technically make sense for their lots to best utilize their lot? Now you have to do their homework for yourself. You see what I'm saying? This gets pretty complicated. How many neighbors do you have? Okay, so if you're next to 2 teardowns, you have to do the whole analysis for them, your neighbors. Okay, so technically, what would be the most probable thing that my neighbor is going to do to optimize that lot? They're going to go in and build a 2nd-story home, and because the lot is this way, they might have a window looking into my backyard because they will reposition their lot, where the house sits on the lot, to best use their lot. So I have to hedge this, or I have to put something over here because it's just a matter of time. It's okay right now or 3 years. And this goes to like protecting your views. Like I've seen this happen all the time, where a builder goes to optimize the view of the property, and the neighbor in front of it just is a tear down. And after the construction is finished, or even halfway through the construction, your neighbor starts breaking ground too. Now you've just built the whole plan, right? And you are optimized for the view. Now you're going to look at the back of another property instead of the view. Okay, it happens all the time. Okay, so views, privacy, orientation, right? Where their windows are going to be, and the common tools are hedging, and fence, elevation differences, positioning your structure to show it's like laundry room to that side. Okay, so they get to see your, ugly side. You don't get to see their ugly side. Okay. Other design variables. Okay. All right, architectural style. I know you guys love this stuff, and this is going to be really, really fun. Okay, and I'm going to fix. Actually, you guys going to critique the architectural style of my house. Okay, if you feel like I've been talking shit a lot online, okay, you want to get it out of your system, you're going to get a chance. Okay, if you want to like critique my property, this is your time where you can come. Trust me, it doesn't bother me. Be brutal, okay? As more brutal you are, to me, is a data point, okay? Maybe there's something that you would see, and again, you will be surprised how much I learned from you guys, okay? And something you would say that would give me a $50,000 idea, okay? So to really go over these elements, I have to show you some examples, okay? And to show the examples, you guys would really see what I'm saying. Okay, now there's 40 different architectural styles, more probably. Okay, so there's no way I can go and analyze every single one of them. What I already told you, what you have to look for, right, to spot the flaws, and then I'm going to show you how to fix it today. Okay, and the best example is, I think, doing a property of myself. So you guys would get to see the thought pattern. Is everybody getting value over here? Everybody learning? Guys, this is the last day, Last day. Okay. All right. 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 All Let's see how mean. Let's see how mean are you guys. Let's see
The
how.
family reunion on Sunday about to get real awkward after
I know.
everyone moves here.
No. I'm saying you can. There's nothing you can. I don't think I'm taking these houses with me to grave. Okay. As much as I love houses, okay, I have a very clear understanding that these are elements that would not. It doesn't impact my my self worth. Okay. What I'm about. There were families who lived in these houses before me, and there will be many families that will live in these houses after me. Okay, I am just passing by, right? Just by like I'm passing by in the street and past this block of beautiful neighborhood. I am just doing this to this house, and I just want to do this house justice. I want to make sure I don't want to be. I'm not trying to be Richard Neutra here, okay? But I want to do the best thing I can do with my budget that I would be able to improve this property, do it justice, but also very important, okay? And this might not come across in my videos because I critique everything is purely educational. But when it comes to actually spending money, I don't think fixing everything is the right strategy at all, because this would be your last project. I promise you. Okay, you will go bankrupt. Okay, that being perfect is not the goal. As a critic, I have to critique everything in my videos, okay, and leave not anything behind. But that doesn't mean you have to go fix every single one of them. I hope that's clear. Does that make sense? Okay. I'm just doing my job because I'm just telling you these are the negatives. Fix the ones that you should fix, right? Okay, let's share the screen. Let's see. Let's see what you guys think. Ready? One. Okay, this is what I want you to do. In the chat, I want you to type, okay, what is the major flaw of this architectural style? First of all, what architectural style is it? And what is the flaw? Okay, type it in. Take a look. What is the architectural style of this house? Type it in.
Modern something. Modern style.
Okay. Modern is not the right answer. There's modern lines. Come on, guys. 5 days? You're my prime students.
Mid-century.
You guys, Daniel is laughing. Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna tell you, this is the reason I'm sharing this property with you guys is because this is a very common problem. Okay. Very common problem with a lot of homes. Since 1960s, we rarely ever get authentic architectural styles anymore. Especially in the United States, okay? We went from an era, hundreds of years, where artisans would build an architectural style to exact details and specifications, okay? After 1960s, when home designs became more of a manufacturing, like Model T, like let's just pump these out, none of them are really authentic anymore. They borrow elements from a bunch of other architectural styles. And my property is a prime example of this. Okay, so architecturally speaking, this property has elements of a brutalist architecture, it would be considered. Okay, so these are the brutalist elements. Okay. Oh. These are elements of the brutalist architecture. Okay. Modern lines, right? It has modern lines. So, you remember was it day 2 or day 3 about we're talking about architecture styles? Then you asked the question again. Remember, you got to do this for your own property, okay? I'm not going to be there unless you come to the inner circle, okay? I'm not going to be there in 2 hours. You got to do all this stuff by your own, okay? What does it want to be? This is the question you have to ask. What does this house want to be? Type it in the chat. What does it want to be? It's trying to talk to you. What does it want to be? Did you guys put it in the chat? Put it in the chat, guys.
Yeah,
Put it
there's
in the chat.
actors coming in. The best one is loved by Arvin. The house wants to be loved by Arvin. Near sent a picture in. Yeah, that's it looks related to Arvin's house.
Yeah, that's
Close
okay.
relative.
Wants to be 20,000 square feet. Okay, so this house could go in three different directions. Three different directions. I have to decide which direction I want to take it to based on the avatars that will pay the most amount of money for it. Is that clear? Okay, think about this. I'll show you the architectural style that this house wants to become. This is very, very important. This is, again, the best way I can teach you guys about architectural style is by example, okay? It could be, oh. Okay, it could go in the direction of new modern homes that they're building in LA. This Near, for example, who is from LA, Mike would know this in LA. Everyone is doing right now the most typical, coolest modern house you can do is properties with these half stucco, half stone. Okay, half these stone. This is the newest, freshest modern design that is out there. This property can easily go this direction. Okay, and it will be on trend. Pay attention. It will be on trend. Okay, so this is like a trend that just started maybe a year and a half ago. It will probably go for 5 to 7 years. Okay, this kind of I call it, it's actually an Ibiza Mediterranean modern. You know, it has all those like stones connected to each other in a natural way. Very easy way to go. Very, very common. This property could also go in this direction. Hold on. It could also go in this direction. Who knows the architectural style of this property? Type it in. If you know the architectural style of this property, type it in. Type it in. What are we getting?
French Rev. What else? More? Not many responses here.
This is a Hollywood Regency style. Okay, this is a Hollywood Regency element that people in Los Angeles love. Okay, this is like the celebrities adore this style. You can find homes like this in Los Angeles. Very few, again, very rare in even Los Angeles, but it's highly, highly desired, and it's considered like the upper echelon of style, sophistication, modern lines, but with the traditional like old money elegance. Okay, it's called Hollywood Regency. Okay, it could also go. I was expecting at least you guys would guess this one. I'm kind of disappointed. Like somebody should have guessed this. This was an easy one. It also could have gone mid-century modern. You guys knew this. Why didn't you guys answer this? This was an easy answer. Okay, this property can easily look at these lines. Okay, this property could easily go in a mid-century modern direction. Very easily. And it has borrowed elements from all of them. And it's very, very typical. It's a very, very typical issue. So, now, let me explain my strategy. And I'm going to hammer this hard because you guys need to know this. Because I teach what I preach what I do. Okay, so when I'm doing my avatar analysis here, I'm looking at myself. Okay, what would I be attracted to? Okay, I'm also looking at what demographic, what these architectural styles would attract. with that, so you have the choice. When you look at the architectural style, it might hit 3-4 different styles. Then you can work backwards from there, see if that avatar would even work in your neighborhood. Okay, so the avatar that is interested in mid-century modern homes, a lot of gay people, and a lot of gay people don't want to be in Woodland Hills. But there's another positive with it that I have to balance in. Mid-century modern is one of the cheapest ones to do. Okay, mid-century modern finishes are really not that expensive. So now I have to balance between, would the ideal demographic, okay, but gay people have a lot of money in LA, very, very successful. We got 2 guys working their butts off, and that pun not intended, okay, they're working they're working their mojo off, making a lot of money, great sense of style. And the finishes for mid-century modern are very not expensive at all. Very cheap. It will be very, actually, as far as cost spending, very, very inexpensive. You can really go with very average finishes and let the architecture do the selling. But at the same time, I don't know that many gay people in Woodland Hills. Okay. And then when I look at the family, a lot of ladies, as guys more gravitate towards mid-century modern, a lot of ladies don't find that family warmth in it. Again, I'm talking about averages, okay? I know this because I've talked to so many buyers and I've showed houses, and typically guys more gravitate towards, ladies find it more beautiful for a vacation home, okay, but not as the main residence. Okay, so who like Woodland Hills is not a vacation destination. Problem, okay? Then you look at the modern architecture that I showed you guys. Modern architecture, expensive, right? It's a 1-story home, 5,300 square foot of living space, a lot of facade. If I want to work all that stone on my facade, it's going to cost a fortune. And the other problem is that I have to compete with a bunch of developers, okay, at the same time doing the exact same finishes. Then I'm looking at, well, I took Arvin's course. I'm pretending to be you. I took Arvin's course, and I should have a technical advantage. Why wouldn't I do something that I utilize my knowledge in my favor to get the best demographic? Then I think about, what would be the best demographic to avatar of purchasing my property? The best avatar to purchase my property would be someone who's looking for a 1-story home and is downsizing from a 12,000 square foot home and wants a generational living. They want to make sure they have a fun house on 1 story that would benefit. They will have enough separation. It's an L-shaped home. Okay, you'll see the layout. It has 2 different sides where the grandpa and grandma could be on this side. Their kids could come sleep over on the other side. They have a complete separation from it, and they don't have to take a single step during the day. Okay, you can wheelchair in, wheelchair out, and it will be their forever home. That demographic will pay me the most because he's coming. Like, I max out. I do everything amazing in this house. I would get like a 4.5 million exit max. Okay, it will cap out. It certainly would be the A house in a C neighborhood, C minus neighborhood. Okay, there's 5 comps to support that exit, and that's if I do everything right. Okay, so that's the demographic that I think they will pay the most for the property and will take advantage of the fact that it's 1 story and the layout, right? So now I would lean over to an architecture. Now, again, I'm not trying to make an architectural statement, okay, to say this. I'm trying to make money here. Okay, I'm trying to make sure, first of all, I don't do it disjustice. I do it justice, but I'm not trying to I can make an architectural statement when I'm 55 years old. I'm 43. Okay, I'm no rush to be known as the greatest architect who built the most beautiful home. I first want to make sure I'm doing this right. I have enough money for the next project, and make incremental gains throughout my process. So maybe one day we'll do a project that will be as good as Artie's. Okay, So it's not about nailing it 100%. But, and then I'm looking at the cost, and now let's talk about the architectural style of this home and what is its main weakness. Okay, can you spot what is the main problem? Can you spot the flaw, the major flaw with this property, with this architecture? Like, what's off? You should get good at this, okay? What's
we can't
off?
See your screen. We can't see your
Oops,
screen.
sorry.
No. So Meadow, maybe look at the top of your Zoom. You should see a tab that says Arvin. Oh, but Arvin, you mean the image? Yeah. Open it up. So sorry, my bad.
Sorry.
If we see the file explorer.
Is that right?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. I'm
Thanks,
going to
Meadow.
zoom in a little bit to help you guys. Can you tell what's wrong here?
One thing Hazel mentioned earlier in the chat was that the 3 tall box structures aren't usable.
Yeah, they're architectural decor. Yeah, she's right.
Landscaping, windows too small, ratio to entrance
Who said windows too small?
Nicole.
Nicole. Good job, Nicole. Kind of. You get a partial credit for that answer, okay? Let me tell you what the main problem is here, okay? The main problem... Oh, sorry. Guys, we're going to go over, as usual. I hope you don't mind. I'm going to zoom in. Okay. The elevation drop. Okay. This is a low ceiling here. Okay. The windows being horizontal instead of vertical are fighting against this element. Okay. This, again, like to me, when I saw the house before I even, like from the pictures, I knew I was going to have to do eventually when I buy this. Okay. This has happened like when I saw the Nicole's property, immediately facade was like too busy, too many windows, right? Immediately, right? It is, the problem is this is not helping at all. These windows are not helping at all. So what I need to do is make sure I make this area and this area more proportional to these elements. But do you know how expensive it would be for me to raise the roof? Right? Raising the roof, it would be a nightmare. It would completely put me out of my budget. I won't be able to spend the money on the finishes I want. I won't be able to hedge the property the way I want to secure its privacy. See, it's all hierarchy of expenses. Then I go in my toolkit and I say, what's the trick I have available? Okay, what is the trick I have available to fix this problem? And I'm going to show you guys this now. Okay, I hope this... Okay, hold on. Quit. Open. How do you exit? Hold on.
So whoever in the chat did point out that is disproportionate, that the sizes don't match. Good job. It's the result of repetition. You'll start to notice these things a lot faster over time.
Okay, there's someone who's trying to get into the...
They're in there, don't worry.
Okay. I'm gonna share this screen. Oh, nope, stop. Hold on.
We're building suspense, where it looks like Arvin, is trying to look for something, but no, this is scripted. He's strategically building suspense. He's teasing you here.
Hold on. Why does it go to full screen every time I do this?
Arvin, you're doing a good job, Arvin, but we discussed this in advance. You're acting really well right now.
Okay.
It's fully rehearsed.
Okay, let me bring the zoom.
Ready?
Okay, here we go. Sure. Are you guys ready? Okay, watch this.
Do we see it? Up.
Oh my God.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. It closes all the time. Okay.
Just do the optimize and everything, and yeah.
Hold on, I need to pause it. I need to pause it here. Okay, here we go. Now we share. I'm trying to show a video. It's a little difficult. Okay, do you guys see this?
Yes.
Okay, look at this.
Thoughts?
Do
Everyone, you can put it in the chat.
Do you see the difference? Do you see the difference? Okay. Without spending shitload of money trying to raise the ceiling, which I have to pour whole new foundation, all my plumbing is gone, everything is gone. Incredible. It's a whole new house at that point. Okay. What do? I flip the windows from, 36, 36 to 48 to 48, 36. And to further elevate it, I'm putting awnings on top of the windows. Stretching it up. Okay, I didn't touch the ceiling at all. It's the same ceiling height. Okay, but now look how much more. Do you see the original design? Do you see this?
We still see the... No. Now, yes. Yeah. Took a second to update. We see it overlaid now, yeah.
You see the difference? It looks so much more proportional. Okay? I had to do the windows for this house anyways. And then this style, what does this style do for me? Who does this style attract? Okay? This style attracts also another really good avatar. The other really good avatar is someone who is their parents is helping them purchase a property. Their parents live in in Beverly Hills, in Bel Air, in Brentwood, are very familiar with this type of architecture, have seen it. Local high society Los Angeles have seen this architectural style. And the only way they can, with the help of their parents, or as much help that they would want to give them so they will not lose their motivation in life, they will help them. The only thing, if they want that big house, they need to move to the valley. But architecturally, when they look at that, they're like, oh, that's the type of house I want. So I'm attracting the most high-end demographic who are interested in modern lines, architectural sophistication of European design, and finishes that match that. Okay? And the lowest cost for me, right? So it's not the lowest, because mid-century would have been the lowest if I wanted to do it, but it's lower cost than the finishes I would have to do a modern house, because my exterior will cost so much more to do than just smooth stucco around this house. So that is the element. Okay, let's go to the next one.
Before you share, I think it's worth shouting out in the Zoom chat. If you see, Abhi dropped an image. This is his. He dropped a variant, basically of your house.
Who is it?
Do you see it from Abhi? An image in the Zoom chat.
Yeah, you see this?
Yeah.
It's gonna look a lot better than this. Okay, but that was good. That was like quick AI work, was it?
Yeah, there's a very good concept work. Yeah.
Okay, so we talked about. Am I sharing my screen now?
Not yet.
Okay, so here we go.
Saw some comments about door, Arvin. Is there any limitations we should know
doors
that prevent the door from being like appearing higher or taller or anything to do with that?
No. Okay, front doors are extremely important. Extremely important. Okay, your front facade is extremely important in setting the mood. And doors are one of the most right now, everyone is doing these like pivot doors. It's like really ugly pivot doors everyone is trying to do. To me, especially on older homes, like the door I'm custom designing for this house is around $10,000 to $12,000. Yeah, I have a deal. I would get it for $6,500, but because it's me. Okay, anybody else would pay $10,000 to $12,000 for this door. It's going to be a traditional door that would fit just like that will match the awning and everything. So I think the quality of your door is extremely important. I would, especially for traditional homes, you really want to make that a statement piece, and it really helps change the facade or fix the facade for that matter. A lot of elements within the facade. Okay. All right, let's go to. Oh my God, we are 5 minutes away. Okay. So finishes. Okay, so finishes. Just the rule of thumb. Okay, there are a million types of different finishes. Okay, and just figuring out the finishes for your project. Okay, what's your dominant? What's your dominant? What's your secondary finish? Based on the colors of, you want to choose the colors, the most amount of time you would spend in what rooms. Okay, is extremely important. That's how you pick which one is going to be my dominant, which one is going to be my secondary. Sometimes you can have a third one, okay? But that's how you work backwards. So if your family room, TV room, and the kitchen is the most amount of time you spend in there, you pay attention to how much natural light you're getting there. Hopefully it's a place where it gets a lot of natural light. If it's not getting a lot of natural light, you need to go backwards. Okay, then you could say, look, I can afford to use a darker floor over here or darker finish because I'm already getting a lot of natural light. But when I go to the other side of the property where it doesn't get enough natural light, I'm going to flip it. Okay, as far as what the trends are going right now, I'm seeing a lot. Obviously, travertine is having a huge moment. We're getting away from marble. Okay, and I think if you even want to take it one step ahead that no one is even talking about is textures. Textures will, in the next 10 years, I'll promise you, will be a humongous element in interior design. Different type of textures. I think that's an area that it's very subliminal, okay, and makes homes cozy as to wider, smoother, shinier surfaces. Okay, scale and volume. Use oversized windows and taller interior doors for presence. Again, if you want to, so let me talk about layout. Okay, if you want to fix a layout issue, the way you want to fix out a layout issue is you want to look at, for example, a longhouse. You go with where you put the entrance to the house. By moving the entrance to the center, by creating a walkway, or stacking different rooms before you enter by the walkway. Okay, I have a video that is dropping on Sunday. That is the house with the mountain lion. Okay, it's really the way they've kind of it's a really long house, but they put the garage in one end. Then you get into the formal living area. It's connected by a fireplace to the family area where the kitchen and the family room is. And then to optically eliminate that long house look, they've hidden the chef's kitchen behind it, but you don't see it. You see the house stop, so it doesn't look optically too long. And then after that, they put an office, but that you enter from the outside. So they've put two rooms on this end that you don't really see, a garage on this end, and they've turned a really, really long house connected with no hallway. Brilliant use of space of fixing a long house, okay? So if you're looking at layouts and you want to look at how to prioritize what elements, is start with key rooms in the property that should connect naturally with each other. Okay, 3 bedrooms in one place, kitchen, family room, dining table. Those are the elements, okay? And wow factor, if you don't have an external wow factor, you better have an internal wow factor. So important, okay? And it starts with your front door, as I mentioned before. How beautiful, how majestic that front door is. So if you don't give a wow factor in the first, again, starts from the outside, the facade of the building. That's what I'm so focused to make sure the facade of my building looks really, really beautiful when it comes out. It looks completely different. it would not have I would tell you that design when it comes out, if I decide to ever sell it, I might not even decide to sell that property. I might just list it as a corporate housing, okay, and promote it on my YouTube channel, or you can come rent it for a month, right? I think it will make a lot of money because my fixed cost on that house is so low. I have such a low amount of loan on it, and I like 2.5% interest. So I could do that. But if I ever decide to sell it, it would look like there would be not a single house competing with it, because on the front facade, I've stole their heart. I'm gating it. And then another element is that because, again, I'm looking at my decisions that I'm taking, I'm hedging the property completely to help with the fact that it's a corner unit on one of the streets is busy, right? I have to do that. But when I do that, I can also tell a completely different European story in Woodland Hills because it's hedged, right? When they open up, they're like, whoa, where did I come to, right? It tells a whole nother story, and starts with the front door. Then you got to have an interior wow factor when you walk in. Scale and volume, just like I showed you, without touching my ceiling heights. And one of the big flaws of my house is that wow factor, as good as it is, the ceiling on that room is like 9.5. It's almost 10 foot. And my competition, the other houses in that price point, going to have a much higher, going to have a 12-foot ceiling. So I'm going to be 2 foot below it. But the windows I'm designing on this side and that side, both of them are floor to ceiling. Try to stretch it as much as I can. And it's not about fixing every problem, okay? It's about knowing how to sometimes take a -3 score or 3 score, making it 5, and then putting more weight on your seductive hook and balancing your budget, okay? So now this is your homework, okay? This is what I want you guys to do. Remind me to give the refund option at the end, okay? Aaron. So identify 3 target avatars, okay? So the 3 target avatars you can do, these are really, really good ones. Is a young professional who hit it big, like a young tech couple, baby boomers downsizing, international vacation buyers. I go over like 40, 50, okay? Like, and like, when I look at a layout, when I look at an architectural style, already it's happening in my head. It's like, okay, this could be for this avatar, this avatar. And then I already have qualified like 3-4 avatars that I think I should try. Then when I look at inside finishes and what could be done, then I eliminate 1 or 2. And then I'm left with 2-3 avatars that I think could be potential that I would like to keep and cater to when I'm redesigning or building my property, okay? Then I want you to always consider yourself as the first avatar and think, and score this property for the first avatar, okay? So you say, hey, how much is it? Then you identify the second, what do you say? Seductive hook and weak spots, okay? So what is this layout? Is the hook, open kitchen, living room, equals social and entertaining. Weak spot finishes, dated material, drag, perceived value. So you identify each avatar's, what would be the seductive hook and weak spot to them, because it will be different for different avatars. Sometimes it will be overlap, but a lot of times there are different elements that you have to cater to. Very important, okay? Then you calculate what finishes, how much does it cost to turn this, let's say finishes are a 3, turn it into a 7, okay? How much would it cost? Then you got to do the comps. And do not ask a real estate agent to do the comps for you. You have to learn how to do the comps for you. Because if you tell a real estate agent to do the comps, they will do the comps for you in a way that it will convince you to sell your house. It's like oldest trick in the house, okay? The real estate agents, when they ask them to do the comps, it always comes, the comps will point out to the best direction for you is to make a transaction, okay? Either it's going to come too low or too high, but in either way, the message would be you should sell your house, really, okay? So then you have projected value of, if I do these finishes, right now it's worth this much. If I do these finishes, my projected comp, exactly what Near did, okay? He's ahead of the curve right now. He's practicing this right now, okay? What would it how much of an exit I can get if I change these avatars, these finishes for the avatar myself? Then you do the same thing for Avatar 2. You do the same thing for Avatar 3. Okay? then you can come to the conclusion, okay, and say, Avatar 1 renovation cost is this, exit process would be 2.4, net gain would be 275, time will take me 6 months, and the risk is really low. Risk is very important, okay, because it would tell you how good this avatar is, how big this avatar is. There's an element of risk. Avatar 2, reno cost is 100,000. Sale volume would be 2.55. Net gain would be 350,000. Would take me 5 months. It's medium. Avatar 3 is different. Once you evaluate this, you can prioritize your finishes or your budget, how much to spend on which ones and which avatar you're prioritizing. So I already told you, for my house, I'm prioritizing the baby boomer. Okay, that's my first. The second one is myself. Okay, so like my Armageddon, I don't think I will ever move back to that house, but my Armageddon element is like, let's say they shut down YouTube and like I can't sell houses anymore. What would I do? Is like, okay, I can move back to that house. I can turn the the guest house into a studio for my, or YouTube is gone too by then, but whatever. I would turn that to my office. I will live on this side of the house, or I will rent out the what's it called, ADU to someone else and get like $3,000-4,000 from that, right? So you cater towards that, but you got to prioritize which avatar you want to cater towards. And this goes for if you also building your dream home, 100%. Okay, so if you want to make sure you're not overspending, if you're not, if you're building the architectural style correctly, the layout correctly, who would be your ideal buyer down the road in 20, 30, 40 years? Okay, so that's that. Strategy decision, choose the avatar based on best ROI. Okay, align design and budget accordingly, and sell clear project timeline. Okay, sell like a pro. Hire the right agent, not your cousin. Okay. For my inner circle, I help them hire agents. Okay. I help them hire agents, fire agents, interview agents, look at their marketing material. That's part of it. Like for inner circle is like for everybody, like all your residential needs. Okay, includes that. But you need to know which real estate agent is doing, like, if you have a $4 million house, don't go hire an agent who is selling $20 million homes. Okay, don't. You need to hire an agent who is selling $2 to $3 million homes, but wants to break into the $4 million range. So your house will get the highest priority, but they have enough experience and know the local neighborhood. There's a whole formula to that. Okay, price is strategically, so it's not emotional. So what is, I'm willing to list the property at a high price, low price, medium price with my agents or with you, if you know, but what is our strategy? Like, I'm all about making a Kool-Aid, right? But we can't drink our own Kool-Aid. We can't pretend to trick ourselves. You have to be very objective, right? About your valuation. What are you trying to do? Is it a listed high and wait strategy? Do you have enough bandwidth to wait 2 years or not? Okay. Stage it for the target. Which avatar are you going to target? Which avatar are you going to stage the property for? Right? And then what are you going to tell your real estate agent to position if a different avatar comes in? You can say, hey, this room, we stage it as an office, but it could be a kid's playroom, right? You have to have all those stuff ready. And then market it like a movie trailer, not like, don't ever do a video of, if any of these people come out, reach out to you to do a video, don't ever do that. Okay? I would never make a video of my own property. It's a horrible, to me, it's intrusive. You want to, the whole point of luxury is keeping exclusivity. Okay. You can't see it. You can't feel it. You have to pay for it to get it. You can't, by showing a video crew and some presenter in the house going through your intestines of your property, is, to me, it's a vulgar act, right? When you can do it with beautiful photography, classy, elegant way, less is more. Okay, 100%.
Not to mention, you'll also save yourself from an Arvin review. Just saying.
Yeah. And the whole point is, don't pray. Like, I love praying, okay, but plan. Have a plan. I think that is I like to leave nothing to chance. When I work, the whole point is I don't like surprises. I don't want to. I don't want my clients or myself have any surprises, and that's like me from looking at when you're working with your architect and the plan comes in. Your plans go back and forth between you and architect maybe 10 times. Okay, every time I would see myself in 5 years from now, 10 years from now, and all the three avatars at the same time. I can do the calculations in my head immediately and be like, "This, you're going to lose that avatar if you do this. You're going to lose this avatar if you do this. If you do this, it will connect you happy right now. You also, when you get 50, 90 years old, you will be happy because of these reasons in this house." Right? So it's all about looking ahead and being able to forecast from a floor plan, from an architectural style, the trend in your architectural neighborhood, what's happening in that neighborhood 10 years, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 30 years from now, right? It's all about that. Okay. Now, homework. Do exactly what I told you. I already did the homework, right? Yeah, we already talked about the homework. Okay. Now, we are going to go to, before I sign off, I wanted to thank everybody who's joined. Okay. Now I asked Aaron to look at if there's a single person who submitted all the homeworks, had their camera on, and then not a single one of you guys did all the requirements for a refund. However, for any reason, forget about all that stuff I said. Any reason, no questions asked. If you're not happy with the course, regular admission, VIP, type in your email in the chat, 100% refund right now. 100%. Who wants it? Anybody? Aaron?
Checking. Yep, Near is unfortunately we lost Near. He gave us his email. I'm very happy. .com. Amazing.
Okay, so all the qualifications I told you guys to do your homework, I said it's for yourself. I did this the last time also, gave a full refund to anybody who didn't feel like they got the value, and not a single person asked for a refund. So this was your time. If you want to get a refund, no questions asked, give you 100% of your money back. You don't even have to give a testimonial. Okay? Good. Now, second...
Go ahead. I just want to make sure I drop the link. So those watching on Facebook who have applied to learn about the inner circle, I'm dropping the link in the chat now. Use that link to join the Zoom room. Continue, Arvin.
Yeah, if you applied, you don't have to go wait an hour, what's it called? Kill time before I do present it. You can just come watch the VIP experience. And then after that, we're going to go to the breakout room to show you guys the inner circle. Okay? On that note, I want to thank you. Again, feedback would be appreciated. I would really want to make these better and better and better as much as I can. And I hope you saw that physically possible. I tried my best to give you everything I knew, right? That is physically possible in 5 days, in 5 hours, right? And in VIP, you get to ask particular questions and everything, which is you get even more value over there. Okay. So thank you for joining the 5-day course. I'm going to have a reunion on Sunday, okay, which I will tell you guys one last lesson. It is about a personal experience, what happened to my family and the lessons from that family. It's not going to be a lecture vibe. It's just going to be me talking to the camera, telling you guys a story, okay? But I think there's a really, really good lesson. You will see, like, it will impact a lot of these elements we talked about today, okay? Real estate mistakes are really, really expensive. Very, very expensive. And in that, you would see how significantly me and my family got affected financially because of we made a big mistake. I made a big mistake for my family because I was in a position to make a decision for them, and no one told me. My real estate agent didn't tell me at the time. There was not a single course about it. Still to this day, no one has even similar course that I do, like this 5-day workshop. Try to find someone else even talking about this stuff. They don't, okay? So to me, I want to make sure this doesn't happen to anyone else. And my whole, again, I think I've talked about this. My mission has always, because since that time, has been to eliminate buyer and seller remorse. So nobody will go through what me, my rest in peace mother, my brother, and my dad went through because we bought the wrong house. And that's my North Star. Okay, everything else great, fine. But this is why I do it. This is why I care. This is why when I say something, it comes out sometimes as heavy-handed, and I mean something. It's all comes because I love you guys. I just don't want the same thing happen to you guys. I care. Okay. Thanks for coming here 5 days in a row. I really appreciate it. I know you guys are super, super busy. I'm doubling down on my YouTube channel, posting a lot more videos now. I'm going from 2 videos a month to 2 videos a week to 3 video weeks. And probably in a month or two, I'm going to go to 4 videos a week. So you're going to bust up a lot of content. If you will continue to hopefully apply everything that you learned in this 5-day course into the videos, try to implement it, think about avatars, right? Very important. Who would be like when you're looking at a video, like for example, the video I'm going to post on Sunday is a prime example of a property that really caters towards one avatar extremely well. Extremely well. Okay, but it still hasn't sold. Which goes on to say that's why I try to make your properties more attractive to multiple avatars, right? Because it's literally at the end of the day, it comes statistically speaking, right? Is chances. The more avatars are attracted to your property, the higher chance you will have of getting a line out the door, least amount of headache when you sell your property. And that should be, you got to take a statistical approach to that. If you want to see one that they haven't, the Sunday videos, they nailed it. And you'll see, I'm very fond of the property because architecturally they made a statement. Finishes, they made a statement. They fixed the long house. I'm talking about the house with the mountain lion, Californication house. It's an NS video. I critiqued it. It's already scheduled to post. So you'll see that house that gets a really good score by me, but it still hasn't sold. And it could have financial impact on the owners. So I love you guys. Thanks for coming in. I hope you take that in. I really know for a fact what I taught you guys so far. If you apply it, it will have $1 million impact. Okay, millions of dollars impact in your lifetime. And that's why none of you guys, over 100 people, no one is asking for a refund. Just apply it. Be aware of it. The recordings for VIP will be available where you can rewatch this if you need it. And I will see you guys in the next video. Thanks for watching. Take care. Take me to
Oh.